Hello, everyone. Good evening. Happy Friday. Yeah, it's Friday, and I decided that why not come spend some time with you guys? Because my wife has to work early, so she's asleep. My daughter has to work early, she's in bed. My other daughter has to work early, she's in bed. And my son doesn't socialize. So, hello. I'll come spend time with all of you. And of course, it's a Stompy Mech night. So, MechWarrior Online and story time. Continuing with Blood of Heroes, we'll be starting into chapter 24. Soon enough. Soon enough. About 20 minutes into the stream, give or take. Once I get out of a match after that point, we will get ourselves started as a started into our story time for the evening. Because that sounds good to me. I hope it sounds good to you as well. Because, yeah. And so I've been playing around a little bit today with getting onto some more voiceover sites that I have not gotten onto yet. Because it seems like a thing I need to do. Make sure I have spread myself to the different places that I should be. And I'm learning there are other places that I had not necessarily set up before. And so I've been working on that. Because that's the way, I like it, that's the way, I like it, Yay, Tourmaline in a slow-ass mech. Slow-ass mech. Do 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 do. And that's where it's saying, all right, well, interesting to know. I will come back to that later on. Places to look into like Voices123 or Voice123, voices.com, Bunny Studio. That was a new one. I hadn't heard of that before. Bunny Studio. Bunny? Bunny Wang. Override engaged.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Piranha.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Got all of those freaking locusts who have the
New target
infinite
acquired.
freaking laser.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Put myself into some heat vision here.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Get foxes easy as well. It's making it hard to see them. Focus the fox.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Oh, good. We're getting our butts kicked. Yay.
Big cluster in Echo 5.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
We got multiple coming around the F7.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Incoming missile. Level critical. New target acquired. Critical damage. Heat level critical. New target acquired. Red person destroyed.
Well, I did my part. I kicked some ass. My team, on the other hand, not so much. 800 and something damage with 2 kills. Not too bad if I do say so myself. Because I'm allowed to say so myself. As it is me that we are talking about here. Do. 2 killing blows, 3 kill assists, 1 solo, 3 KMDDs, 855 done, 669 taken. Arrows up. Yeah, I rocked it out, high for both teams. All right. You know, it's what I do here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. What do I do here? That's right. I get it done. That's what I do. And so it got me my arrows up, which is all that a man can ask for when he's looking at those things. Not much else you can do. I do say so. Now let's see if we can get ourselves some other unit members to come on tonight. That is not where I am. I am here. But for some reason, it looks like Kick is having some issues tonight. So I may not be streaming on to Kick tonight. Because even though I'm sending information, it don't look like it's coming through. Let's get ourselves in for another match, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? And then, after this match, we'll get ourselves into some story time. Because story time is what it is all about. Where we can go and read. We can do our things. We can have ourselves some fun. We can get back to the planet of Glengarry. And see what we can do. Interesting. Here's another place. Bodalgo. Looking for professionally trained voice talent. Well, how about a career in radio? Experience for years as a theater actor. How about a live streamer? Is that counting as any little bits of it? Who knows? We'll have to check it out later on sometime. Who knows? But looking like we got ourselves some search warrior this evening. Can you guys tell that I got a little bit burned today? I'm a little bit red in the head here. I went and spent myself some time outdoors. Because it's been rainy here every weekend, so I finally got out there to mow and pull weeds and do all sorts of fun stuff. It was thrilling, engaging. It was hot as heck outside. I reckon it was might warm. And it's warm in my office here. Maybe that's why I got this southern accent going on for me tonight. 'Cause when it's warm, you're thinking of all them warm locations, such as the South. Mining Collective Assault. Let's see. Let me make sure my fans are running full speed tonight, because it's looking like it might be another hot one. Okay, I got to stop with the southern accent. I'm having fun, but you know me. I have fun with just about anything that I do. As it should be. Let's get this maximum fan speed going on here. Because let's see, where am I at with my CPU core temperature? Way too freaking hot already. I like Meld Studios, but they're like taking all of my bandwidth. I'm running at 98% of my CPU capacity. What else is taking up all of this? Because it can't just be that. Okay, MWO's got about 10%. Firefox takes a little bit. Is there anything else I can kill? Not really. I mean, I could turn off my webcam. I guess that would kill stuff, but why would I want to do that? Or maybe I can do this. Maybe I can kill some of that at the moment. Let's do a thing. If I take this and I make it this, I broke it. Well, broke it in both those places. All right, let's get back to MWO for the moment. Overbride and raged. All right, I'll be back into my cameras there in just a minute. Let me do this. If I end this task, end that. Then I come back over to Meld Studios. Let's play with this after.
Target spotted.
We got someone sitting all the way in the back gossing at us.
Spotted.
Target acquired.
So we've got 3 or 4, Charlie 4.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
Multiple targets coming down the block flank.
Affirmative.
I'm like hitting
Target spotted.
Head open on
invisible walls over there or something.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted. Target spotted. The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty. Need assistance. Need assistance. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New
Need
target
assistance.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Center
Really?
Need assistance.
It's going to be one of those kind of nights. This is why I don't play assault mechs.
target acquired.
So, there isn't that many
Target spotted.
people on our team already done.
So if you've not ever played this game before, the other team shoots at you, and sometimes they kill you.
I'll take down any more of you. Target spotted.
Yeah, don't have to tell me that.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
And yet you ask the question, how people were dead already? That's how people are dead already. All right, let's get back over to here. Let's see if I can't refresh this. There we go. Haha.
Artillery.
Respond. This is clan command. Respond.
All right, I'm getting out of assault mechs. Assault mechs are not my friend. Because they never are. Is it not going all the way across? It is going all the way across, so why isn't it going all the way across over here? Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, I think that's right. Let's get out of this assault mech and into something else. Yeah, I really don't know how that guy in the last one was able to continue to goss me, but I couldn't seem to hit him. The questions that make you go, Things that make you go, All right, let's see where my... Right, that's a little bit better on my CPU usage. And hopefully that will cool down my computer a bit. It sure doesn't help that it's just like I mean, it's only 70 here, but still. All right. Let's read. Chapter 24. Dunkeld, Glengarry, Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 4 April 3056. I said move, bitch! Major Gomez de Viller tried to break free from the grasp of the guard who was holding his arms behind his back, but it was useless. The sound of the open-palmed slap across his wife's jaw was like a dagger plunged straight into his gut. The blow knocked Freya de Viller backward across the bed, but she rolled and came up on the other side, glaring at Max Walters as she dropped into a classic quick kill stance. But the colonel just laughed. Behind him, another of his mercenaries jerked the bolt back on his SMG and trained it on the angry woman. Go ahead, Walter said harshly. Just give us a good excuse. Slowly, Freya straightened up, a look of resignation crossing her face. The look she gave de Viller was bleak, hopeless. Right, Walters went on, glancing at his wrist comp. We're behind schedule. Let's move. The guard released de Viller and shoved him toward Freya. Hey, Notnaya. At that moment, an explosion erupted somewhere outside, far louder than anything they'd heard before. It was close enough to shake the whole room, and the trooper with the SMG staggered and looked around with a wild expression. Freya lashed out with a flat-footed kick that sent the weapon flying. Breaking his fall on the edge of the bed, de Viller whirled and sank his fist deep into the stomach of the guard who had pushed him, then followed with an uppercut that smashed the man's nose. As he turned again, searching for another opponent, he saw Walters drawing his pistol, bringing it up into line with Freya as she turned. No! de Viller shouted, leaping. The gun spat once, twice, 3 times, and he felt the impact of each slug as his rush carried him between Walters and Freya. The force of the shots lifted him sideways, and he rolled over the bed and onto the floor beyond. He tried to rise, his mind still fixed on Freya and the gun and the overwhelming need to help her. But his arms and legs would not respond, and a tide of black swelled around him, cutting off all else. All but memories. The Legion, Grace and Carlisle, Freya. Hearing the shot as she rounded the corner from the lift, Caitlin DeVries broke into a run. Her mind was a turmoil of emotions. If only she hadn't stopped in her father's office to warn the Legion. But letting them know the score outside had been vital too, or so she'd thought at the time. Now, with the prospect of guards killing the hostages, she didn't know what to think anymore. She reached the door to the room from where the sound of the shot had come, and chambered around in the battle rifle she'd lifted from the unconscious guard in the corridor downstairs. Then, taking a deep breath, she flattened herself against the wall beside the doorway, slapped the open stud on the wall control panel, and swung around, rifle raised as the door slid open. Colonel Max Walters spun at the sound, and Caitlin didn't need more than a single look to take in the pistol in his hand and the sprawled body of Major de Viller on the floor. Freya de Viller was kneeling beside her husband, cradling his head, sobbing, oblivious to all else. Walters raised the pistol, but Caitlin was faster. Her fingers tightened on the trigger and the rifle stuttered, pumping a 3-round burst into the mercenary's chest. Another uniformed guardsman threw up his hands as his commander sagged to the floor with a startled look on his face. Still sobbing inconsolably, Freya de Viller never even looked up. Vega, how are you? It's Friday. I'm playing MechWarrior Online. That should say it all. Let's see, Naya. I've come to commit war crimes. Yes, war crimes. So, shoot your team in the back. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Enemies, no
Yeah, I played an assault mech for my first couple of matches tonight, and I was reminded why I don't play assault mechs. They're just too damn slow. I don't have the reaction time to get away from anything if suddenly, 3 or 4 mechs come around the corner. You have no choice. You basically slug it out until you die. I much prefer something that if I see something coming, I could be like, peace out, bitches! And bravely run away, away, brave, brave Sir Robin. Let's see. When are we going to start to see them come down the golf line? Not yet, by God. But they'll be coming. You know they will, because that's what they do. Oh yeah, my very first match tonight before I started streaming even, I was in a stalker, had somebody come up behind me and one-shot me in the back with AC-20s. Like 1 minute into the match.
Yeah, we got one coming over, and he's over an HA.
But even then, he should have.
Coming across.
My structure should have been able to hold out against at least one round of that crap. But it didn't.
Target
Good luck,
acquired.
Wolfpack. Go get him.
New target acquired.
I have no idea. I died in one shot. And then I just quit the game. I mean, they might have been UAC 20s.
Target acquired.
They probably were UAC 20s. But, so hypothetically, he could have pumped multiple shots into me. But still, an assault should be able to take, even with, the minimal back armor that we normally put on those things. The structure should have been able to take at least one go-round of that crap.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
But, that's just not the way it works for
New
me.
target acquired.
Because as they say, why don't they do what they do when they did what they did to me?
New target
Why, oh
acquired.
why does it burn when I pee? That is a lot of SRM 4s on that frickin' Archer.
Why are y'all fighting around that corner anyway? Target spotted. It's a war spot. Sorry. Need assistance.
But I'm like getting my back from goal 7.
Why are y'all fighting
Yeah,
around
they
that
got
corner?
all kinds of snipers. Target spotted.
Because why not?
I'm already crippled.
Target spotted.
Hello.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
I'm in a match, but then I'll set up a group after this and can pick y'all up. Not with the way I've been playing, lots of worries.
New target
Now, man,
acquired.
they're trying to shoot me around the corner, and there's two coming up between G7 and
Target
G6
acquired.
or G7. Spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Working India.
New target acquired.
Oh shit, Delta. Archer club.
Acquired.
Thanks.
Goddamn.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
We've lost half our force. We can't lose any more soldiers.
Oh, we're going to lose more soldiers. Because we suck.
Delta.
New target acquired. Target
5%
destroyed.
of the enemies are eliminated.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
It's 4-7 right now.
Target destroyed. New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
We're taking critical losses. We need you to pull through.
Critical damage. Left torso critical.
Enemy destroyed. Next target. Can anyone read?
Let's see. 1 killing blow, 4 kill assists, 1 solo, 2 KMDDs, 550 done. And I was top on my team by over 100. Oh, no, by 97. I'm sorry, 97. Which means my team, took a big old sausage from the other team, put it in their mouth, and just rolled it around for a while until they finished doing what they needed to do. Yep. I knew that when you said that you got an invite from Vega Fina. That meant that you got an invite from Vega Fina. There must have been a group with Vega Fina. Man, my CPU is sitting at 90 degrees right now. That is just freaking ridiculous. My fan is at 100%.
It's over 9,000.
My CPU usage is at like 72% right now.
I'm going through a bad
82.
right now.
82.
Hopefully I don't power.
Well, let's hope not.
That would be suboptimal, and then there would be an empty mech in the field. Then there would be more bigger problems.
I mean, really, viably, there'd be 2 empty mechs in the field because the way I've been playing tonight anyways, I may as well just go ahead and just get there and power down. Okay, I'm doing okay, but my team sucks. I think I said I did 97 points more than the closest person on my team.
I've been liking this Bull Shark 3 Thunderbolt build.
I mean, what?
I was on Matthew Panglove's stream one time, and I think it was yesterday, when he showed me this build. And I was like, huh, how is that?
And really, what everybody needs is they need to be wearing the shirt that says "You can't kill me, only I can kill me."
Oh wait, are you selling that shirt now?
I am.
Oh, nice.
I have it on right now.
I was wearing it last night, so I'm not wearing it again tonight. But I have it in the background of my stream so everybody can see it if they want to see it. Everybody needs a "You can't kill me, only I can kill me" shirt.
Reactor.
They're actually
online.
pretty decent quality too.
Sensors online.
Yeah.
Weapons online.
We should go through our shirt brand.
Well, so it's through a company called Fourth Wall. Override engaged. Yeah,
Override
Fourth Wall,
engaged.
which helps to set up merchandise shops for streamers and stuff like that. But yes, I happily invested in my own product. Yeah, I was just on this map. But I was on the other side. Not complete. Just mostly deja vu. Mostly vu? Hey, boo boo.
My God, I just saw a Marauder PC and an Atlas just being harassed by a goblin. Those goblins really? Yeah. Well, whoever's firing the goblins is definitely not the range, because they did nothing to me just now. Absolutely nothing.
Target acquired.
Range.
Top 6 low.
Target spotted.
Something else flanking us. I just got
Target
hit
spotted.
with the Gauss.
Oh, fuck. They're up all around that G9, 9, and F9.
Mm-hmm.
Sniping. Actually, G9.
How are you guys going the long way?
Why they're going the wrong way? Fine. It's possible.
Yeah, you said G9, F9, so that's where I'm headed.
Yeah, don't follow the lights because they're trying to flank. Missiles on
Target
Alpha.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Ow. Please do not shoot at me. Please do not shoot at me.
Target spotted.
Guys, get to the lip of the hill. Start firing on the enemy.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target
Oh,
spotted.
there's a red
Spotted.
line coming. Oh my God.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Please get to the high ground.
New target acquired.
Focus Delta,
Locked
focus
on.
Delta.
Critical
Target Alpha.
damage.
Target spotted.
Delta rear CT orange.
New target acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
I do not want to lose my radar. No. Oh my god, from where? Seismic Golf 7, Seismic Golf 7.
Target spotted.
They got snipers just sitting out on Hamburger Hill.
Oh. Yeah.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Right torso in India.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target Delta. The Golf is pushing.
Critical.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Echo core. Echo.
Target
If you don't have it, you probably do.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Fate. Hotel.
Hotel CT now.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
I did that. Careful my ammo. Ow.
Echo's core. CT.
25% of the enemies are eliminated.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Guys, don't
Target
push up
spotted.
because they got 3 snipers on the plateau in F5.
Golf 7.
Stay back behind cover and force them to come to us. Bravo's core. TT.
Yeah, light, funky Golf 8, maybe.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't
Target
get
spotted.
sloppy out there.
Quite fucked up that Raven.
Target spotted.
Torso critical
Target spotted.
damage.
I don't know what the hell Alpha is, but he just almost took off my torso in one shot.
Target spotted.
Dual heavy PPC Highlander.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Charlie up
New
top.
target acquired. Target
We've
acquired.
lost half our force. We can't lose any more soldiers. Target spotted.
Yep.
Foxtrot is cored everywhere. Do we have missiles for Fox?
I have fucking bombs. I have 72 left.
Target spotted.
Destroyed. Right arm destroyed. ER large laser destroyed. Left arm destroyed.
Target
Heat
spotted.
sink destroyed.
I have like what, 2 shots?
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
They took out my binary laser.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Completed. Keep pushing.
Target
We're taking
acquired.
critical losses. We
New
need you to
target
pull through.
acquired.
Target
Center
spotted.
torso critical
Ran on the
damage.
Thunderbolts.
New target acquired.
Close game, so.
Target destroyed.
It's 8 to 9.
Target acquired.
Oh, that Warhawk is very fresh.
Foxtrot
Yep.
is one shot CT. He's an easy kill. Foxtrot. He's on top of the hill.
You're the only one left.
You can do it with your large pulse lasers. He's on the top of Golf 8.
Destroyed.
There he is. is. Get him. Get him.
Acquired.
Come in. Control to
Good
surface.
try.
try.
Can anyone read?
Did that guy not think that? Did that guy think he was just standing there? Go get him! Go get him! Really? He's fighting him. Let him fight him.
I mean, that was a close match.
Yeah. 8 to 12. I'll take
4
that.
kills is still pilot skill rating change is negative.
I was sadly not even doing much.
I mean, I did 721, so I did the second.
Well, I did like damage. It's just
Yeah.
like, the majority of my thunderbolt missed. So that's what happened.
Hey, I got arrows up somehow. Ish. Now he's actually here. Hold on. Switching mechs. After these messages, we'll be right back. Diddle-oo. There we go. Kakia! Good evening to you, my friend. How are you? I saw we were in a match earlier today and both died ignominiously very quickly. Frontline, how are you? I as soon as you said something, I was like, oh, he's got food in his mouth. I wasn't going to go there because he can kick me out of the unit. So. All right, let's get back to some Blood of Heroes. Roger DeVries leaned heavily against a railing of the helipad, staring down at the burning wreckage of the riflemen on the other side of the military compound. How could I have let things come to this? He asked himself bitterly. I wanted to spare us this. Governor! Governor! His pilot, a swarthy man from Al-Jafar named Zenada, shouted over the sporadic sounds of the combat below. He tapped his wrist comp and pointed at the waiting VTOL. It's past time! If we're going to get out of here, we've got to go now! Why, thank you. Yes, I appreciate you not abandoning me. Too often my team runs away from me. But that's why I don't normally run assaults, because they annoy me because they go so slow. Get to the chopper! It was past time, but neither Walters nor O'Leary had shown up. Or Caitlin. If O'Leary had her and DeVries were to abandon him, what would the mercenary do to her? Or what if the mercenary had been killed or had fled somewhere else? Legion troops were already in the residence, and the fighting elsewhere on Castle Hill had started to wind down. Another jet had been knocked down by the Griffin's PPC at long range, and the last pilot had turned his aircraft away from the fight. He was probably heading back for the aerospace port, or maybe even further. Down the hill from the residence, DeVries saw a new battle mech appear from the recesses of the big mech bay where the Legion's gear was stored. Then another, and a third. Some of their pilots must have escaped from their barracks and powered up their hulking combat machines. Not that they'd make any great difference now. The battle was all but over. But how could he abandon Caitlin to O'Leary's tender mercies? As if in response to the thought, the helipad lift opened and Corporal O'Leary staggered out, his face bruised, bleeding from a shallow cut across his belly. The mercenary stumbled once, but stayed on his feet as he crossed the helipad and caught a rung of the VTOL's passenger ladder to steady himself. DeVries crossed the rooftop to meet him. The bitch jumped us and got away, O'Leary said, spitting eloquently to punctuate the comment. You want her, Governor? You go find her, but I'm getting the hell out of here. What about Colonel Walters? DeVries asked to cover the jumble of emotions the merc's words had evoked. He isn't here yet. Then he ain't gonna make it. O'Leary said flatly. There's already a bunch of greys in the building. I barely dodged 'em myself. If Walters hasn't gotten the hostages up here by now, it's because he's been cut or killed. The corporal started to pull himself up the ladder and through the open hatch. DeVries hesitated a moment longer, then nodded to Zenata. Let's go, he said curtly, grasping the ladder and following O'Leary up. Caitlin had escaped. He wasn't sure if he was happy she had eluded the corporal, or angry at the choice she'd made, or simply sad at the fate that had finally driven them apart. At least she'd been spared O'Leary's heavy hand. One way or another, it was over. He thought of von Bülow's armada and shuddered. No, this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning.
Reactor online.
Get in the
Systems
chopper.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override.
No, this is not a chopper. I do not see the blades on the top. No chopper for you.
I want to refund now. There's no place.
I am here to pump you up.
I picked up a machete, the Hellfire.
Oh, sorry. Tag the breast.
I can't. I only have ATMs and I'm not wasting them on shooting the nipple.
Can't you just fire just one tiny little missile?
No. I mean, technically I could have fired 3, but no. I almost always, on a good match, run out of ammo on this thing. And
I don't do that. I won't even do it with maybe machine.
Maybe machine guns, but yeah, I won't do it with ballistics. I'm not wasting ammo on it.
One behind Echo 6.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
I can technically
New target acquired.
alpha strike
Target
all my
spotted.
Thunderbolt 5. These don't get any ghosts
Cloaked stalker on Delta 6 shooting.
because they're not in like the same sort of like heat bracket as each other.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
So
New target acquired. Target acquired.
I'm glad that I
New target acquired.
Maybe you're not.
was.
Target spotted.
Max probably going down the basement maybe. I see a Warhawk down there.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
What sort of shenanigans? What sort of shenanigans is that?
What can you shenanigize?
Maybe.
How do you shenanigate?
New target acquired.
You could be shenanigatory.
For the guy watching that corner Delta 5, hit me right in the
I'm
head
getting
too.
seismic down in base.
Target acquired.
You know what? Always squishy.
Target spotted.
Yeah.
Target
Just didn't
spotted.
remember being this squishy. Oh yeah.
Target
Was-
spotted. Target spotted.
UAV activated.
Shot. There's a cicada on the wall, Charlie 4.
Target spotted.
Who might be actually be able to get a range of that cicada.
Target spotted.
Do not shoot at me.
oh, really?
You're allowed to be in the way.
Target spotted.
Cat.
New target acquired.
Oh my god. Not ideal. Not ideal right now. Fuck. Oh my Thunderbolt is just
New target acquired.
wall above me.
I love how we're all hiding basically around
Yeah.
Everybody but me.
Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
New target
They got
acquired.
all the high ground? Crap.
Target spotted.
They're on all sides of us now on the back.
And hit again.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Fuel at 0%.
Oh shit, we got Fox 5.
The enemy has started to chip away at us.
They came out.
Stay frosty.
Fuel at 25%.
Watch out, watch
New
out.
target acquired. Fuel at 0%.
Yeah.
We're half down. Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
Oh my god, I cored out that charger.
Fuel at 25%.
Come on. What? I'm stuck on friggin' terrain.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
New target acquired.
Surely that's CT.
Love the charger.
New target acquired.
Got
Fuel at 25%. Right arm critical damage. Center torso critical damage.
Warrior, respond. This is Clan Command. Respond.
Oh my god, Patnesk, that's what you're supposed to do? I thought you were just supposed to let them ass fuck you. Thank you for letting us know. We appreciate your guidance. I didn't say to hear his response.
He started saying something.
You mean you're supposed to fire at the enemy? I'm confused. When did we start playing that game? I might be in a rare mood tonight, guys. You'll have to live with it.
What's the meaning?
Quiet, you. Oh. All right, back to the story.
Let's see if we get our security repair.
On the roof, somebody's getting away. Dave Clay heard the warning call from one of the infantrymen and turned his Griffin scanners to check the top floor of the residence. Major King had already warned them that some of the governor's men might be trying to escape that way. Without the riflemen for anti-aircraft fire, even a slow-moving VTOL transport might not be easy to knock down. The PPC hit he'd scored on one of the jets had been more luck than skill. Battletech weaponry was designed to hit tanks or other mechs, slow-moving targets that were easy to track and lock. It took special fire control gear, like the riflemen's, to hit aircraft with any degree of consistency. But they didn't have the riflemen anymore. From now on, it was up to Clay and Farquhar. He plotted fire coordinates hastily, hoping to get off a shot before the VTOL could lift clear of the helipad, then hesitated. King's last transmission had warned that the enemy might be taking hostages out with them. What if Major DeViller or Major McCall were on that thing? Clay couldn't just open fire, not knowing. He wiped the fire program off his board and took a step back with his mech. He couldn't fire without knowing the score. There was something else he could do. His fingers punched in a new control code, triggering the Griffin's jump jet. The armored fighting mech rose from the ground in a move that was half leap, half flight. He hoped the reinforced helipad would be strong enough to take the weight of a mech. If it wasn't, the Griffin touched down just as the VTOL was starting to rise from the pad. The roof under the machine's massive feet held, and Clay let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Then, belatedly, he started forward. The VTOL hovered for a moment as the pilot revectored the engines. Then it shot away, banking sharply to avoid the mech's outstretched arms. From the cockpit of his Griffin, Clay could only watch, powerless, as the aircraft receded to the east into the rising sun. And we'll start Chapter 25 after our own MechWarrior battle, where Frontline is going to take his Griffin, put it on a rooftop, and destroy all the helicopters that come at us. Helicopters, VTOLs, and dropships. Of course,
And a Hellbreaker.
there's no VTOLs, there's no helicopters, and he's not in a Griffin, but those are all beside the point.
Just pretend they are. People will totally not think it. No.
I'm not schizophrenic, neither am I. I am. All right, let's see if it's cooled down a little bit more. I can feel it getting cooler in my office, but no, my computer's still at 90 degrees.
Oh, it's cold in my
And when I say 90 degrees, I should be clear. That's Celsius. That's not Fahrenheit.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged. It's because of the streaming thing that I'm using. It seems like that's taking up like 50% of my CPU power just by running that thing.
Ooh.
Which is a bit much. Tag. Tag. Tag.
Does sound like a
Tag.
game board star. Override. Fuck. Yeah, that's what he does.
I will be there in the next 2 to 5 business days.
It's the weekend. You're really not getting here anytime soon.
Oh wow, we are spread out like roaches when a kite.
Don't forget, everybody, it's Father's Day this weekend.
It's all part of the plan.
Target spotted.
Well, as long as there's a plan.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
I mean, I'm not a hater. I just crush a lot.
Oh, sorry.
And the way you shake your booty, I don't want you to stop.
Souls, get out of there, man.
Yeah, I'm headed over that way to see if I can't get targets on them.
Target spotted.
They're not poking out anywhere I can see.
New target acquired.
I feel like I can sleep out by target retention.
Nice
Well,
stream.
bear in mind, so target retention only helps if they go behind you.
Target spotted.
So make sure you look at the ones that you're looking at and get the ones that,
Target decay.
yes,
Acquired. Fuel at 25%.
yes, target
Fuel
to
at
K.
0%.
Okay.
Target to
New
K.
target
Oh,
acquired.
target Lieutenant McKay, yes.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Why did everyone decide to do that? I know I'm a big target.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
We had a night gear that was just trying to sit up on a building, and I have dissuaded him of that.
I think that night gear was shooting at me.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Cyclops.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Please, Direwolf, get out of the way. Ah, fuck. Who is behind my
Target
ass?
spotted.
That was
Not a
you,
good
Troy.
time for me. Fuck you.
There's two in house
Target
that foot.
spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Seismic Golf 7. Seismic Golf 7.
Target spotted.
All right, I'll watch out for it back here in Gulf 3.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Wow, Sergeant Swade's actually in combat. Shit, are you sure you're not
Affirmative.
he's actually in combat.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh.
Hey there, Laughing Bear.
I don't D, I F.
5%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
God.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh my god,
New
why
target
didn't someone
acquired.
take care of that fucking light mech? I can't do shit about it.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I'm switching mechs.
Target spotted.
Fuck. I feel like I'm doing no damage.
Fuel at 25%. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Holy cow, we're winning. Now it's
New
tied.
target acquired.
Now we're even. We were winning for a second.
Fuel at 25%.
Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 0%. New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
And I walked away and came back. The game's still going. Jesus.
New target acquired. Base is being captured. Target acquired.
Good shot. At this point,
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
There's one behind me.
Ammo at 25%.
And like that. I don't even know if we ever had
Fuel
the
at
jaws.
25%.
We had it.
That wasn't that. No. Jump shot.
Fuel at 25%. Target destroyed.
Nice. Although, remember all that gay talk earlier? You're about to get gangbanged.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Warning, incoming missile.
Oh,
What the fuck is going on with...
Target acquired.
close. Wait.
Torso critical damage. Heat sink destroyed.
I don't know. Like, it's...
0%.
You guys saw it as well as I did, right? I literally had him targeted, and all of a sudden it just said, boop.
Yeah, I wonder if you're
I'm at a FPS of 90.
we had another team that had a ping of 3,047. That's a
I mean, my ping's only 63, so it shouldn't have been giving me issues.
no. I don't know. That match felt weird too. Like even on us, I think there's something wrong with the game a little bit. Yeah, it felt kind of weird. Like I don't know. It's like one, yeah, like 1 minute it felt clunky, and the next minute it felt like really loose. Because you know, it was just weird. No, I was the wrong spot. I was hitting it.
Mm. All right. I will leave and go join up with Bear. Oh. Then I will join your group. You hadn't created one when I first went in and clicked. Probably.
I know.
I am full of Sir Armenii. Bandit, how are you? I feel like I have not seen you in forever. It's good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the raid.
I'll play one more match and then I will.
I know, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Hopefully your health is okay for now. Why did that just stop working? My chat? Same old, same old. Well, that'll do it. All right, I'm just going to pop out a different chat. Well, hopefully you had some fun tonight, and of course, MWO is their jam. They're all about that mech life, from MechWarrior Online to MechWarrior 5. This streamer loves piloting giant robots. They're not a pro, but they play for fun and enjoy hanging out with viewers. Drop in for some mech action and good vibes. Maybe catch some Age of Empire 4 reruns too. We are still searching. Because that's the way, it's working, I don't know why this just decided to, my chat interface just died, so I will just get rid of that one. I'll use the other one. Yeah, I think it may be. But you know what? Anything else I can, disable at the moment that might drop my CPU usage is probably a good idea. Yeah, my Meld Studio is right now at 40% of my CPU usage. Still? Oh, not me. I don't like talking. I never talk.
No, it was like just weird clips. Right when he was stopping talking.
Hmm.
I heard him twice when he was talking about the CPU thing.
I wonder what present Mon 64 is. I may have to go look that up because it's taking up 7% of my CPU, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is. What is present Mon -X64? What is it? Is an Intel application that monitors CPU and CPU metrics.
Did you ever remember installing that or
no? No, I mean it's one of those random ones. It's not an app. It's farther down the task manager, the background processes. And so I mean there's a host of those frickin' things that show up. So I wonder if I can just disable it. All right, let's see what happens if I just end the task. Let's see if it does anything stupid. And if it doesn't, then I'm okay with it. Yes, Bandit, I am doing the streamer event on June 27th. I'm part of the streamer hunt. Killed a streamer, killed a streamer. Which is, I don't know, but what I can do for you guys is rather than actually getting into a group, and I haven't heard the rules of anything yet, rather than getting into a group, I can always just sync drop with you guys.
then I can focus him down even if I lose a couple of bullets.
Yes, there I'm sure will be.
Weapons online. All systems.
Override engaged. But as I think I said on I was on Meep Meep stream last night when they asked me if I wanted to participate.
No, I think I prefer bitching Betty to bitching Bobby.
I figure what I will do is just get into a stealth light, run to the corner, power off, and hide in every single match. If we're doing Hunt the Streamer, you're really gonna have to hunt me. Because I think that would be funny.
Fuel at 25%.
I didn't make it. I did.
Affirmative. Affirmative. My ass. We are getting pushed.
Yes, we are.
Not tactical, not tactical, not tactical. No, no. Thanks.
Giant steps on what you take.
What are you running in that, Bear? Yeah.
Yeah, alright. I think that's enough for me.
Ah, shit. I'm sorry.
Target acquired.
Yeah, stuff from these
New
guys.
target acquired.
Yeah, I got the heat. I got the heat.
All right, we'll see you soon. That means, guys, we'll be able to group together.
Target spotted.
You were getting a heat bug too?
Yep. I even hit a Google shot, and it barely cooled it down.
That's fun.
New target acquired.
Got something Delta 4.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
It was active. That's for sure.
So what you're telling me is that we all need to move to Leisure Suit Larry
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
as a 4-man group.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Have you moved
I think they've been continuing to put out new versions.
New target acquired.
Yeah, but
Target spotted.
Oh, it's way more than 20 years. I played that when I was in my teens.
What are you doing down there?
Spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spot. Target spotted.
Damn it.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
I don't know what that is.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
it's only 58. Oh,
And keep close attention. I might be able to get him.
New target acquired.
Target
what's
spotted.
his name? Ryan Wilson. Yeah, he was like,
Target spotted.
that's a little more understandable.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I saw the Turkey. Turkey.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
I was reading. I didn't realize it.
New target acquired.
He's like 4 years older than me. And their first album, which I listened to a lot in clubs when I was in my teens, he put out when he was like 16.
I'll say, yeah, would have had to have been in your early 20s or in their early 20s at the most.
Yeah, he was only 16 when they put the first. He was 15 when they put the demo out, and then the first album. He was 16, almost 17.
Target
UAV
spotted.
activated.
Love it when the train just.
New target acquired. Fuel
Yeah, I
at
heard it before.
25%. Fuel at 6%.
Yep.
Target
Oh, I'm a
spotted.
stick now.
If they even check.
Fuel at 25%.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I went to play when I was 16, 17. And half the time, they didn't check. Of course,
Target spotted.
I was confused. As long as you didn't cause any problems.
This is a
Target spotted.
industrial drug.
Right. Some kind of.
Actually, two.
Target spotted.
They didn't give a shit.
Target
I mean, I wasn't
destroyed.
drinking, so.
New target acquired.
Yeah, that was the one. That was the thing.
Target spotted.
I think of industrial
New
metal.
target
I think of
acquired.
Triple X.
Target spotted.
Oh, that's fast.
Target spotted.
Fire. Actually, listen to that song earlier today.
Target
Came on
spotted.
the radio.
Target spotted.
5%. Fuel at 0%.
I don't. Man, come on. really.
Thank you. I've killed, I want to say, 3 mechs down there in the basement.
Now ramp sounds they kind of consider it.
Come on.
They're considered industrial.
Yeah, but they're really, what do they call themselves? Yeah, I know. I there's a German genre. It's like New Hot something or other. It's like New Hot Deutsch or something like that. It's like
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Not that any of that shit really matters to me. Right. Well, fair's the eye for it. They're not actually really all that popular.
New target acquired.
No, they're not. No.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Ammo at 25%. Right leg critical damage. New target
Are we joining up on you guys or
Fuel at 0%. Fuel at 25%.
Lights, nonetheless. I've killed 5 mechs.
Target acquired. Center torso critical damage. Fuel at 25%.
Leg on the Xbox,
Fuel
leg.
at
Yeah.
0%. Left arm critical damage. Right arm critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed. Left
5 killing blows, 2 kill assists, 854 done, 506 taken before they finally took me down. And basically, the only thing they had left was 3 lights that were swarming me because all I am is an ATM mech.
left arm critical damage.
Yeah.
Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed.
And then this Kit Fox, which just went for legs for some reason. The guy's legged, yeah, but
Fuck.
well, that'll do it.
Track of him.
Just wouldn't fire.
Our last mech is a stick. Sitting on their base, but it's a stick. Well, let's see. They had a Kit Fox that's legged, so that's not going to make it to their base anytime soon.
Nope, I'm a stick.
But you have all that ammo left. Open up the cockpit and start throwing it at them.
Right.
But you're still contributing.
He's got 3992 light machine guns left, AC-20 ammo left, and he's a frickin' stick. I told him to just open his cockpit and start throwing ammo at the enemy.
Charlie 4, Charlie 5. So. Yep, that is very good. I think you don't have the airstrike.
Center torso critical damage.
Fucking shoulder. So pissed.
I better get arrows up for that. I put in yeoman's work there. Yeoman's work.
Yeah.
5 killing blows, 2 kill assists, 2 solo kills, 2 KMDDs, 854 done. I did get arrows up.
By people.
Huh. Most damage in the match. Just slightly ahead of the Osiris, who was walking around killing everybody at the end. Oh, look, my CPU core is down to 83% now. 80%. 90 degrees. I mean, whatever that,
We're joining them. Yes.
Sure. Dem bones, dem bones, dem dry bones. Dem mech bones. I didn't know you were a, I'll say, I didn't know you were a dwarf. You know, when you're going up on people. So, like, he's a dwarf. He's actually a giant, but he's a dwarf, so he's like human size.
Yeah, it'd be like Brad Williams,
Mm-hmm.
6 feet tall, big, huge head, short arms, short legs.
Brad Williams is pretty awesome. Yeah, he cracks me up too. All right, guys, let's get back into some reading, shall we? Let's link those up. All right. Chapter 25, Dunkeld, Glengarry, Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 5 April 3056. There hadn't been much fighting here inside the Battletech repair bay on Castle Hill. Cadet Dave Clay had just come inside from the military parade ground, and the contrast between the ruin outside and the orderly ranks of mechs standing in their repair gantries was startling. It was almost as if the dawn battle had been no more than a nightmare. Almost. Ah, Cadet Clay. An Aztec sergeant he had last seen in battle dress and blackout makeup crossed the gleaming floor with a computer board in one hand and a harassed expression on his face. He'd found time to change into work coveralls, and the lubricant stains on his face and clothes were considerably more in character than his combat garb. We've just finished running the diagnostics on your Griffin. It looks ready to go. If you'll follow me, I'll show you what we found. Clay didn't answer, but trailed obediently behind as the tech sergeant led him to the waiting Griffin. Cocooned in a repair cradle, the mech was surrounded with gantries to permit repair techs to reach every part of the machine. A handful of techs in the red coveralls of the Ordnance Department were still working at an open service hatch just below the drum-shaped LRM on the right shoulder, probably double-checking the warheads in the missile locker. You lost some armor on the chest where that SRM hit you, the sergeant went on, pointing at the scored blackened spot on the left chest. Can't replace that yet. It's not a high enough priority. But when we get a chance, it won't take long. Meanwhile, remember, you've got a weak spot there, okay? Clay nodded, his mind flashing back to the lone guardsman's fruitless stand with his rocket launcher. All he could think of was the feeling of paralysis that had gripped him, preventing him from simply killing the man, refusing to kill him, just as he'd refused to fire on the VTOL before it got away. I'd also advise you to limit the use of your jump jets for a while, the Aztec continued. He gestured toward the Griffin's left ankle joint. We picked up some stress in the joint. You probably came down a little too hard on it when you made that jump up to the roof. That's a job for a full repair crew, and it'll take you offline for about a week. Major McCall passed the word not to take any mech out of service for anything short of a major fault until further notice. So you'll just have to live with it until he says otherwise. Clay nodded vaguely, barely hearing the man. If he'd known there'd been no hostages on the VTOL, he could have knocked it out while it was still on the helipad. Instead, he'd hesitated again, and Governor DeVries had escaped. Any further mischief the man stirred up now would be Davis Clay's fault, pure and simple. No wonder he'd been passed over for a MechWarrior's birth time and again. When it came down to a real life-or-death situation, every decision he always seemed to make was the wrong decision. He went through the motions of consulting with the crew chief, but inside, Clay knew all too well that it was pointless. Even if some of the cadets were tapped for combat against the Free Sky invaders, he knew his own prospects for ever piloting a mech again were bleak. And in one part of him, one shameful corner of his mind that his father would never have understood or forgiven, he actually felt relieved. It felt good to be back in Legion Grace again. Caitlin DeVries climbed down from the back seat of the UVAC as it set down at the Dunkeld Maglev station, then turned to take her kit bag from Cadet D'Angelo. She was just heading for the Embattled platform when Major King called her back. He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the air cushion utility vehicle, dressed in ordinary tech coveralls and checking a list on his computer board. He seemed relieved to be back in his usual role as the Legion's chief technical officer. "Get your Centurion powered up first, Cadet," King ordered. "Then I want you to turn it over to Cadet Galeno." "Sir? I thought Galeno was bringing in the Archer." King shook his head. "Galeno's never handled anything bigger than 50 tons before. You've logged a few hours on the Archer, so I'd rather have you bring her in." She nodded. "Yes, Major." "Good. Let me know if you run into any problems. Dismissed." Caitlin saluted and turned away, hurrying across the open platform toward the last of the flat-topped Emalt cars in the Maglev train that had arrived in Dunkeld less than an hour before. The train had brought the second contingent of mechs from the cadet company's base at Brander. 5 more fighting machines added to the Legion's slim assets around the capital. In addition to her Centurion and Alex Carlisle's Archer, the load included D'Angelo's Wolverine, Hideyoshi Naito's Crusader, and the Panther assigned to Cadet Wymus. Now that he had died in the attack on the residence, the cadet company's recon lance was in need of a new leader. "And you know who it's going to be. It's going to be Grayson Carlisle, come back from the dead." Of course, he's not dead. Nor would he go back to that role, because we saw him earlier in the book. Override engaged. I assume if he had died at this point, they would have told us in the book. I mean, don't get me wrong. Perhaps I'm mistaken. But I don't think I am. No, he was alive in the minds of his followers. Yes, he is a pigment. He is a pigment of your imagination. Pigment. Bro. Is my freaking chat thing not working? It's not even working. Stupid chat.
Oh shit, they're right there. Fucking big green was the problem.
Target acquired.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Yeah, stuck on the radar dish.
I hate when that happens.
Like popped up, right?
The radar dish?
Yeah, this like 200-ton thing moved.
I know. It had never been there before. Brand new.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Go ahead, Light Mech. Just sit there. Yeah, you can be in stealth. I can still dummy fire.
New target acquired.
Try to get that Atlas with binaries.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Who is Bravo?
New target acquired.
Okay.
Alpha's on a death run, mate.
Alpha is dead.
Target spotted.
Way too bunched up.
We got someone over in Charlie.
Speak for yourself.
Stealth back or ACM.
Oh my.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Oh, Crusader coming in at me. Run away, run away, run away.
UAV activated.
Target
Like
spotted.
Porcelain Juliet.
Run away, run away, run away.
We might want to fall back here, Black Star.
New target acquired.
CT Juliet.
Target spotted.
Echo CT.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired.
Glad everything's moving. Totally gave up.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
I'm getting pushed.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, circle's done.
Target spotted.
I mean, we've got 2 minutes. We should be fine.
Assistance.
Well, the last guy in is dead. We're about to.
Target spotted.
So, you guys gave up the circle. Good going.
Fuel at 25%.
Completely ignored.
At 0%.
All I heard was completely ignored.
Fuel at 25%.
Truthfully, they gave up the circle for no reason.
Of bounds. At 25%.
Well, I told you I was heading after Bravo,
New target.
and I have
Yeah,
been.
the rest, like all the team except for me and one other guy, split the circle. The only one that were
25%. Fuel at 0%.
useless. We had the clock, we had the circle, and they all fucked off to Echo 4.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Heat level critical. Ammo at 25%. New target acquired. Heat level critical. New target
Yeah,
acquired.
I don't know.
Left flag critical damage. Right armor destroyed.
You can't kill me. Only I can kill me.
Way to go, people. Way to go.
Now, what did we say about being in rare form tonight? I did 727, so that's not horrible.
Are you the whole team?
No, I'm just talking about me individually. I did 727. No, the team by and large. I don't know why they all just scattered to the outsides, but
They basically chased after two mechs. That's what they did. And gave up the middle, gave up the circle. And it's over.
I still didn't manage to get Bravo because two other mechs showed up. It could have been 3. It might have been 4. I don't know. Their team showed up. Let's see.
Well, you killed one, and then two more showed up to finish you killed the one.
I like to fight. And I also like to read. Caitlin stopped dead in her tracks. What was she thinking of? If the Legion somehow managed to pull itself together and mount a defense against von Bülow's invasion fleet, there'd be more important things on Major McCall's mind than filling out the cadet TO&E. The cadets probably wouldn't be calling any of those mechs their own from now on. More experienced pilots would be taking them into battle, leaving the cadets on the sidelines. If they fought at all. Thanks to her father, that didn't look very likely. Major McCall had ordered defensive preparations resumed as soon as the fighting was over around the residence, but she'd been hearing even veteran Legionnaires talking about the futility of putting up any resistance. Certainly, the Planetary Guard weren't going to help now. McCall would probably have to negotiate terms with von Bülow, and they'd end up harsher than the ones her father had agreed to. Caitlin reached the embattled car that held her Centurion strapped down in a prone position. A technical team was already working on the reactor and troubleshooting the power circuitry. One of them waved casually and came to meet her. Aztec Sergeant Stewart was her regular crew chief, and had arrived on the embattled with the Centurion. He gave Caitlin a hand up to the car, then led her across to the cockpit hatch without comment. Stewart was a quiet man, never inclined to speech unless he had something to say, but he was one of the best technicians at Brander. There was talk that he was being groomed for a technical officer's commission. Stewart lifted the hatch open and took Caitlin's kit bag while she levered herself into the cockpit. With the mech lying prone, it was hard to move around in the cockpit area, but she finally managed to squeeze herself into the command couch and then reached back and up to take the bag from Stewart. He swung the hatch shut and dogged it manually from the outside. Caitlin looked up through the canopy for a long moment. The view showed nothing but sky, but in her mind's eye she was seeing the tableau in de Villiers' quarters when she'd burst in and killed Walters. Another crime to lay at her father's door. Walters and O'Leary and the rest of the professional mercs in the bodyguard had run wild. And though she doubted her father had played much part in events right at the end, those had been his men. And it had been Roger de Vrie's decision to abandon the planet's rightful landholders in favor of von Bülow that had set in motion the whole sad train of events. I'm surprised it's not Alpine Peaks. McCall and King had both been lavish in praising her actions, but Caitlin knew there were plenty of other Legionnaires who suspected her loyalties now. Even Alex Carlyle had been distant when they'd met outside de Villiers' quarters just after the fight, and that had hurt worst of all. They'd been teamed together in the cadet command land since the day Caitlin had joined, and the bond between lancemates was supposed to be too tight to permit such doubts. She turned her back on her father out of loyalty to the Legion, but now it seemed she was losing them both. Caitlin DeVries shoved that thought aside. For the moment, she still had her duty, and she'd do it until the end. It was all she had left. There's a couple over there.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Frankensteiner. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
All right, everyone, let's gather up in Bravo 7.
Hi, Coles.
Nobody's commenting that Bravo 7's outside the map? Come on.
Did you buy the new phones last day? Or that one you had?
Target acquired.
Yeah, the exhaust pipes in the back of the neck.
Oh, he's had
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. 'Cause they're like
Yeah,
having
try
a
crossing
sale
that
on it.
bridge.
So
New
that's why I was
target
asking what it is.
Hey, look. The guy in Delta 4 is that Vapor Eagle from last time.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Sorry.
And everybody moves left.
Hello, I'm trying to reverse.
New target acquired.
Hunchback in Fox 3.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Incoming missile.
Just break that Osiris's legs, he's about done.
Warning. Incoming missile.
Back by the base, Fox 5.
I'm back here. That was that Osiris that had come around.
Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 25%.
There's a goodly handful of us over this way if anybody tries to sneak around.
Target acquired.
Ah, the bane of missile boats. It's the Corsair 7A. Or is it Corsair 7A?
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile. Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. UAV activated.
I'm gonna start pushing across the bridge.
Target acquired.
Yep, I'm sitting here firing at him, but of course it's not going to
Incoming.
hit the last leg.
Target destroyed.
There he goes.
Out of bounds.
Oh.
New target.
I backed all the way out of bounds.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
We have people behind us, guys. Watch out. One guy like E5.
It's Frankensteiner.
It's almost like
Yeah, I've been firing on him.
Target destroyed. New target.
We're kind of whooping them a little bit this time. Hey, listen, we're allowed to win 1 out of every 10 matches.
Fuel at 25%. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
They win just enough to turn the frogs gay? What? They win just enough to turn the frogs gay. That's what I heard.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Oh, I took off his torso.
Critical. Target destroyed.
Bet you guys didn't know I had Alex Jones on my Twitch stream talking about the frogs turning gay. 1 killing blow, 6 kill assists, 1 solo kill, 2 KMDDs, 653 done. No team damage. All right.
you're doing too much. Stop it.
Just make sure you get into a stealth mech first. Turn on your stealth, run to a corner where they can't find you, and turn off.
Now I hear
I mean, it could be because I've got a fan that's running next to me because it's so freaking warm in here that it's causing some issues with it. That wouldn't surprise me. I don't think so. Not that I know of, but... I mean, I'm floating between 79 and 80 degrees now, so 80 degrees is red, 79 is blue. What if I free up memory? What does that do? Free up 177 megabytes. Because that's going to make a huge difference on this. Hit Alt Control Delete. And then hit Escape. I have to do that. I have to do that constantly. Anytime I tab out of the screen, it's been really bad, and it's only MechWarrior Online that makes me do it. So it's something with MWO because PGI.
For a couple of months, we'd have issues with sound. Computer heads. So I unplugged it from USB, just went root, and then everything was fine. I can't do root on the speaker. And so it's something Battletech. If I make sure everything's updated, even deleted it.
Well, you know what they say, right?
It's just
if it ain't broke, update it until it is.
Yeah, well, I actually had that happen with the truck that we bought today.
Oh.
The transmission
every so often I just shift hard to go from drive to reverse. And then today, it's really acting up. It was shifting hard between every single gear to get it back to the shop so the mechanic could look at it. Didn't do it.
Of course it doesn't.
The mechanic was sitting right there, and I was like, "Yeah, it's doing this." And put it in drive, trying to put it in reverse, nothing. The rest of the day, shifted perfect. I'm just like, what the hell, man? It was doing it, I swear.
I don't understand.
It was the mechanic sitting right there. I asked me, okay, well, put it in gear. I did. Because it shifted in gear so smoothly, even he couldn't tell. I was just like, I don't know what's happening.
Remember, everybody, you can't kill me. Only I can kill me.
Actually look at it. Be like, well, yeah, everything's working perfectly fine. That's not right. So, can you please look at it?
And that's where you're like, okay, you're just gonna ride around with me for the day, cause.
Oh no, we don't have that kind of personality. Yeah.
Listen, it's only going to do it when I drive away from here. So you are riding with me today. Congratulations.
Yeah, show up, mechanic, sitting there ready to help me figure out what's going on with it. Nope. It's back to working perfectly.
Wildly accurate.
Better than it was the last 2 months.
Wildly accurate.
For a second, when I was walking away and I was still doing the set, I could swear I heard the tables.
Nope.
My potatoes has a first name. It's Orida.
Jump, chewy. Jump, chewy. Yeah, you have to be
Online.
Retarded?
Any of the above. Override engaged. All right, guys.
You know what's funny is I've been seeing that apparently you can't say that word anymore online. Refer to the R word.
Oh, retarded.
Yes, I still say it. I don't give a shit.
We are
Somebody, I was on this other Discord for something else, and they're like, "Oh, you can't say that." I'm like, "Bullshit."
You can't say that either. Stop saying words. Words hurt my sensibilities. Because my baloney has a first name. It's OSCAR. My baloney has a second name. It's MEYER. No. I am laying off all extra stuff at the moment.
UAV activated.
Wait, somebody have LSD?
Target spotted. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Well, it's the nature of this map because it takes so much. For one, the drops are nowhere near each other.
UAV activated.
You have a couple people in that. Three.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I should.
Warning, incoming missile.
Somebody else must have hit me. What do you gotta be on the wall? That did.
I'll shit for the bumps in the water.
At least not.
I am running and screaming.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
I don't know what the fuck's back is. Back. This is nailing it.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Something back in the L5 4, which is a hammer.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
That's what it's fucking.
What was getting you?
That dire whale.
Hmm.
He's hurt now.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Damn, that's a lot of MRMs on that bull shark.
Let me,
Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Embarrassing to the losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Of course I have.
New target acquired.
Of the enemies are eliminated. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh,
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I finally made that urban mech get off of the top.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Oh shit, I'm out of ammo.
That is not an effective way to kill enemies.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. Heat level critical.
The enemies are half depleted. Keep pushing.
Target destroyed. New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Lost half our force. We can't lose any more soldiers.
Target destroyed.
Clean up the survivors.
New target acquired.
No, I mean, if you've done 1100, you've done your job.
wow.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Kill that little son.
New target acquired. Heat ladder critical.
The freaking Black Lantern,
Really? Way to go.
extra freaking armor at the moment
Come up behind me, hide out, hold man behind, and then come up, try to
is pretty damn insane.
like that. That's
Override shut down. Override shut
The fact that he's sitting here in the middle of all of us and we still can't kill him. Yeah, they added way too much armor quirk to the Black Lanterns at the moment. Oh, I imagine so. They've got to.
They take and hide and try to, come in, take the
2 kill and blow, 6 kill assists, 1 solo kill, 2 KMDDs, 555 done. Cappy Spider. I mean, it's no frontline, but I didn't run out of ammo. Listen, you did 1115. Stormtrooper training. I'll say 1115, you can run out of ammo and you still did everything you could ever ask to have done. Because remember, you can't kill me. Only I can kill me.
Apparently HHOD is in faction doing fucking Crusader pushes.
That sounds about right.
GGX is not happening.
No, JGX. I mean, we could all sit there with cheating armor quirks, and JGX would still probably win.
Oh, you want these Fridays, you gotta go in on faction against HHOD. I really feel like this is slapping the shit out of them.
Every rock and tree around that ladder was totally dead. Thank you, Delia. All right, let's get back to some bloody heroes, shall we? Let's see, where was I at? She strapped herself into the seat, snapping her cooling vest power cord into the side of the couch, then pressed the 4 sensor pads that would connect her neural helmet to her chest and thighs. Finally, she reached behind the headset of her seat and found the neural helmet tucked behind it into its receptacle. Pulling it out and up, she fitted it carefully over her head and shoulders, then attached the other ends of the sensor plugs into the neck of the helmet. With everything in place, she touched the power stud and felt a tingle in her skull as the neural helmet came alive. Now it was time to recite the code sequence that the mech's onboard computer had been programmed to recognize and accept. Her birth date, her mother's, her father's. Without the proper code, the computer defenses would lock her out of the mech's controls altogether. Then it would take a half dozen technicians and another hour or more to clear the program and start from scratch, as they'd already be doing with the Archer to override Alex Carlisle's ID coding. When the authorization was confirmed, the control boards in front of and above her seat came to life. Caitlin next punched in the order for a full systems diagnostic and reported the startup to Sergeant Stewart over her comlink. She half-turned in the seat to check the cockpit life support readouts, and that made her think of her kit bag wedged under the front of the seat, out of the way. In battle conditions, she would have stripped down to her shorts, shoes, and the cooling vest in the bag. But today, the heat buildup shouldn't be enough to require it. She corrected the airflow inside the cockpit instead, then turned her attention back to the computer readout to check the progress of the diagnostic. Outside, the technical team was releasing the straps that secured the mech to the bed of the embattled car. Caitlin double-checked the computer readout, gave a single satisfied nod, and reached for the controls. Raising a prone battle mech was supposed to be one of the single toughest maneuvers a pilot could attempt, but it was child's play next to the problem that occupied most of her thoughts right now. winning back the trust her father's actions had cost her.
And that Black Lantern that didn't die.
Woohoo! Well, he died eventually.
Yeah, but 650 shoot that in for like 5 minutes.
Which is why every rock, every tree, every bush around him was dead.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
All enemies, no matter the cost.
Alright guys, I'm just going to go ahead and overheat because they said eliminate the enemies no matter the cost. And I assume by overheating we win.
Fuel at 25%.
Are you trying to tell me that's not true?
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired.
They're pretty tough team. We may just want to set up and wait for them.
Well, that is 100% correct. When you shoot randomly, you hit your target 100% of the time.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Listen, Toast. Don't make us turn you into bread.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV activated.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Well, you have to kill Puke the Gross.
Target spotted.
It looks like we scared off the couple that were here.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Somebody's out there with hags.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hey, there's that bull shark again with all the MRMs.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hotel down below is all MRMs on a bull shark.
He's also way out.
Target destroyed.
He's dead.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Hey, look, it's that Black Lantern.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 25%.
Target spotted.
Fuck off.
We've lost our force.
New target
Any more
acquired.
soldiers?
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Charlie, it's Snick. High priority.
Target spotted.
He's marked. No, yeah, I see.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Useless match, I should say.
We've taken critical losses. We need you to pull spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I'm way the hell away from everybody, and they're still somehow spotting me with no issues.
New target acquired. Damage.
Oh, really? That guy hagged me out of the air when he couldn't have possibly been able to actually spot me before I got in there. Now, would you give me a conquest, Vega? Jeepers. I'm in a Cappy Spider, for God's sake. That's what Cappy Spiders are for. Alex Carlyle was feeling like an outsider as the discussion in the conference room unfolded. With the fighting over and done, the senior staff had reconvened in the Castle Hill Command Center to consider the situation once more. With planetfall for the first Free Sky ships expected in less than 24 hours, things were looking grim. McCall, as the Legion's senior surviving officer, had already put some defensive measures in motion, but it seemed as if they'd been talking to no good purpose for hours on end. And Alex had little enough to contribute here. There wasn't much for an aide to do, and even less for a cadet mech warrior. Vega, Conquest. Look, there was Conquest. There was Conquest, and we're in Polar Highlands. Conquest.
Yeah, well, it looked like Alpine Peaks in general, but Conquest, yeah.
The governor's treason has changed everything, Captain Sims was saying gloomily. I mean, we had a chance when we thought we could present a united front. But if the Planetary Guard and the whole damned civil administration are going to turn on us, I don't see how we can put up much of a fight. I agree, Vargas chimed in. How can we defend a planet that doesn't want defending? Aye, the bloody Sassanurge bastard has put us in a fell spot, Davis McCall said. To think he would go behind our backs to deal with the enemy.
When I went face to face with you, did I headshot you?
With the resources we've got on hand,
I
don't think even the Colonel could mount up much of a defense,
I just want to know.
Major Owen said quietly.
This game doesn't fucking tell you if you get a headshot.
Even if we had the cooperation of the locals. Without it,
You can check your achievement
I
list.
just don't know what we can hope to accomplish.
Yeah,
I didn't want to just get up, McCall said, frowning. What about the plans we were working on before? Is there no hope to any of them? Owens grunted non-committally and touched a stud on the table in front of him.
Damn.
Curtains moved aside to reveal a floor-to-ceiling monitor screen, which lit up to display a map of the continent of Scotia, showing population centers and the maglev rail lines. Might I recommend, if you want your cockpit to go, blow yourself up.
Doesn't smell like tears and disappointment.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Command, eliminate all enemies, no matter the cost.
System offline.
That joke's on you. I override myself. You know what
And
the
I
best part
accidentally
about
hit
having a
P.
flamer is on a cold map with snow? You can use it to draw dicks in the snow. Look, I
I'm
know
just-
at least one person in this lobby is laughing at that.
I'm just going to go into this bay here.
I am.
God, stop. I can only get so hard. Jesus.
Acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0.
So all the jackasses are here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A wise choice.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
Arctic cheetah on our left with ER largest.
Target spotted.
And an urban mech doing trash can things. Holy shit, that Arctic cheetah's fast. He's Hotel 6 already.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Yes.
Target spotted.
I know people follow me, and I'm a freaking light mech. Never follow the light mech. The light mechs do light mech things.
New target acquired.
Spotted.
New target acquired.
They got a stalker sitting up on top of the Fox 8 hill.
That's not a... Well, it might be, but there's also an Arctic cheetah, Fox 7, Fox 8 with large lasers.
Yes, well, I do know what the difference in between a stalker and an Arctic cheetah is.
Target spotted.
Damn, you know how to take it defensively, jeez.
Yep.
Target spotted.
There's an archer and Fox 6 now too with him.
UAV activated.
Yes, it's Mr. Blockhead, who clearly is an idiot. Because do you not think I know what the difference in between a frickin' stalker and an Arctic cheetah is?
New target acquired. Critical damage. Acquired. Critical
Yep.
damage.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Man, dude, that guy's just screaming at me one at a time.
New target acquired.
Come on. Hunchback right here. This is ridiculous. Oh, come on. Get back from... This is ridiculous. Yeah. Keep running with the same hospitals.
And we're just going to go read.
There's some of them that I was trying to... It took forever to get a lock on with one Hellbringer. No reason for that.
An invader could put down almost anywhere, of course, Owen said, but practical strategy would demand an initial attack against an area that could support long-term operations. That means a population center where supplies can be assembled and stored, with at least rudimentary spaceport facilities and good logistical links to other targets in the area. This is no lightning raid. To touch down anywhere, make the strike, and then run for home. But, by the same token, they don't have enough lift capacity in those dropships to support a full-fledged invasion effort entirely from space. He paused, favoring McCall with a challenging look. MechWarriors had the reputation for being unconcerned about the essential but unglamorous military science of logistics, while Owens was known for his devotion to such matters. It was one reason he was on the Legion staff. Their ideal move would be to take Dunkeld itself, and that's what they were probably counting on when they got DeVries to cooperate. But it would be a chancy move without on-planet support of some kind. A gutsy CO might try it just for the sheer surprise value.
Not Von Bülow, Ross said. No one's ever accused him of being a military genius. He likes the slow but steady approach.
Owens cleared his throat. Then the logical plan would be to hit an outlying area and then move along the maglev lines to strike at the capital. He manipulated the map controls on the table in front of him. They won't want to fight a campaign through the mountains, though they might choose a base in the mountainous area and strike into the plains of Bushan or Athul from there. I'd say we can safely eliminate Inverte and the other towns of Strathte and Moray as landing sites. The same for Pentland, Mar, and Glencoe. They all have significant mountain barriers blocking an advance on Dunkeld. Kelso and Eastport are also unlikely because of the distances involved. A number of cities and towns vanished from the map. That leaves us with maybe 5 possibles. Abroath is closest to us here, and the terrain the attackers would have to cross is favorable. On the other hand, even a cursory look will show Von Bülow that the maglev line out that way is in rotten shape for cargo transport. You'll remember we had to tear it up pretty thoroughly when we took out Thane's summer lead, and the new Thane hasn't seen fit to finish repairs yet.
I think he's more concerned with rebuilding the rest of the infrastructure in Bushan. 2 consecutive years of famine.
Sims trailed off with a shrug. All the more reason why Abroath's not a good choice, Owen said with a nod. It'd be damned hard to gather supplies in Bushan these days, and I think they're going to need as many local sources of food and other supplies as they can get. Will they necessarily know that, Major? Alex ventured hesitantly. Just how good is their intel likely to be? Very good. You can bank on it, Cadet. Owens fixed him with a steely stare. If Ryan and Richard Steiner have been planning this move for any time at all, you can be sure they've had plenty of scouts checking us out already. That merchant ship that passed through the system last week now, I bet it carried a few observant passengers. Probably picked up some new ones here with lots of useful items of information. He looked back at the computerized notes on the terminal in front of him. If I can continue? Yes, I doubt Abroath as a target, and Scone as well. It's too far away from Dunkeld to make a good supply base for a major campaign. But I don't rule either one out entirely. More likely, though, are these 3. Halidon and Loch Sheol were both major mining centers in the early days of the Glengarry colony. Both have very good port facilities, though neither one has seen much use lately. A good crew of techs could have them up and running in a few days, though.
They're both in pretty ragged country,
Captain Dumont observed. But if they could get in quick and take control of the passes, the terrain would be as much to their advantage as ours, Owens responded. The only thing that would make it dicey is if we were there in any strength. It seems to me, laddie, that Jan van Bulow mayna want to take that risk either, McCall rumbled. 'Tis nae a good idea to rely on enemy blunders, but we canna forget that he's planning a campaign against the Grey Death, and that mayn't be enough to make him a wee bit overcautious. 'Twouldn't be the first time we were overestimated. There were scattered chuckles around the table. Even Owens permitted himself a tiny smile. True enough, Mac, he acknowledged. There's 4 possible sites, and none of them given much chance, Dumont observed languidly. Don't tell me you think we'll keep the bastards up in orbit by sheer force of reputation. Some fresh chuckles answered the sally. Owens answered him by setting one of the town symbols on the map to blinking. The other site I could think of is Coltbridge, he said, going on as if Dumont hadn't interrupted. There's no major port facility, but it's a damned good excuse me, terminal, and the flat terrain would do well enough for a wilderness landing. Jeez. Coltbridge is one of the closest sites of all to Dunkeld, and even if Von Bulow couldn't grab the port fast enough to offset their logistics problems, they could probably set up all the port facilities they'd need around the initial landing area in fairly short order. Alex stirred uneasily. Forgive me, sir, if I'm asking a stupid question, he began slowly. But doesn't this boil down to a case of just not being able to tell which site to cover? I mean, Coltbridge is good in some ways, and so are Halidon and Loch Shiel. Or Von Bulow might just as well decide to set it down in Strathtay or Moray and risk a longer campaign. I don't see how we can really predict where they're going to land. He is right, Sim said. With all due respect, Major, your fancy calculations lead exactly nowhere. We've got less than a day left, half the locals stirred up against us, and a good chunk of the Legion ready to give up to boot. If we can't predict where the bad guys are coming in, we might as well forget it. Owens shrugged. Well, maybe you're right. If I had to, I'd vote for Coltbridge, but it's a pretty thin line. But Fred Viller spoke up at the same time. She'd insisted on attending the meeting, but had sat through it silent and withdrawn. Now she cut in with a voice as cold as a glacier. Are you saying that everything that's happened was for nothing? She asked. Her tone was even, but taut with suppressed emotion. I can't accept that. My husband and my son died a few hours ago, and I'm not about to go along with any decision that says their deaths didn't count for anything. No one answered her for a long time. Then McCall cleared his throat. I agree, he said slowly. 'Tis nae what the Legion stands for. To turn tail the new. That brought a dozen simultaneous responses from around the table. Everyone tried to take the floor. McCall's voice cut through it all. Eno! This isn't getting us anywhere. When some of the noise subsided, he went on. I think we need to take a wee break. Reconvene in 5 minutes. Alex stood up as the hubbub erupted anew. The atmosphere in the room was suddenly oppressive, and he wanted nothing more than an excuse to get away from it, if only for a few minutes. McCall gave him just that as he gestured for his aide to join him. The Caledonian had found a seat in a quiet corner of the next room, and he watched Alex with a critical eye as the cadet sat down. Sir? Alex ventured after a long, awkward silence. You had something you wanted to add back there, laddie, McCall said. Alex nodded. Just a thought, an idea, I guess. We can't predict where they'll land, but it seems to me we could be ready for them by persuading them to land exactly where we want. By pretending the governor won, is that it? McCall leaned forward, his face taking on an intense expression Alex had rarely seen. Yes, sir. Major Owen said it himself. Von Bülow wants to take the capital, but he wouldn't be likely to land here unless he thought he had some local help. It wouldn't take much effort to persuade him he still had it. We don't have Governor de Vries, but we could surely find someone who could pretend to be sympathetic. Maybe we could claim the governor died in the fighting, but that the guardsmen put down the cadets who led the attack. He hesitated. Maybe Caitlin could speak in his behalf. She'd be in their intelligence files. It might work, laddie, McCall said. 'Tis the kind of idea your old father might have come up with. He frowned. But as divided as we are, I dinna ken. Alex didn't respond.
Howdy.
The weapons master sat for a long time, his staring making Alex feel decidedly nervous under the scrutiny. Finally, McCall spoke again. Even if the viller were still alive, I dinna ken if he could have pulled this lot together after all that's happened. I canna even blame the ones who didn't think we should fight, and I ken full well that I cannot get them to change their minds. None of us on the staff have much credibility left after the viller seemed to give in to von Bülow, and they're in a time left to educate people to the contrary. And that's just inside the Legion. No Legion officer will have much pull as far as getting the people on our side. And without them, there's damned little fight we can have. Override engaged.
Come on, fast gear.
But I'll say it's domination, so it's not like they can all post up all the way out in the middle of nowhere. Now, any dumb bastards who are running to Arctic Wolves, on the other hand.
Target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
And I couldn't have possibly been talking about you, Vega. I didn't know you were an Arctic Wolf. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Target spotted.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
You're not talking about the UAV I put up, are you? Well, you never know. I didn't trust no one. Not even my own mother.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Here, get Fox, get Fox, get Fox. Here, get Fox, get Fox.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile. Target destroyed.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, I took out a Cyclops.
Target spotted.
line here. Take advantage of the middle.
You already have guys in our back line.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I got 2 of them.
UAV activated.
3 of them.
3 behind us, 2 catapults and a piranha.
New target acquired.
No, I'm dead.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Oh, they're winning.
New target acquired.
Two catapults. Damn. A lot of parablast back there. Golf 9 Hotel 9.
Target spotted.
Don't charge in the middle next time. Bad move.
Critical damage. Right torso critical damage. New target acquired. Left flank critical damage. Running incoming missile.
25%. Do not let the enemy keep it up.
Heat level critical.
I'm pretty beat up at the moment.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Left flank critical damage. Target destroyed.
Hey, we're winning.
Target acquired.
Kill our minis.
Target spotted.
Hotel 9 low. Target echo.
Target destroyed.
Cool. We're all here together. Let's
New
keep that going.
target acquired.
Still need to get someone in the circle.
We're in the circle.
Coming to Hotel 9. Watch out, man. Chief.
Yeah, I got a Lucas on me.
New target
I'm
acquired.
gonna shift right a little and get eyes on it at least.
Target spotted.
All stick together here.
I got taken out by a Night Star.
Yeah.
Rocks.
Did you get eyes on weak points tonight?
I did not.
Great. Yeah, I'm working it now.
Target acquired.
Left leg CT on the Locust. Let's go for that leg.
I don't know how that Locust is still up and running with what I put into him.
Legs on Alpha. There we go. Right leg Alpha. Take it out.
Target destroyed.
Thanks, Bush.
I put so many rounds into that thing's legs.
You were a ship president and a worse painter. Thank you for the kill. Apparently, pretty good mech warrior.
Nice.
Target acquired. Heat level critical.
Alright, he's coming towards Golf 8. I'm gonna back out. Help you with whatever that is in just a sec. Night Star moving in on us. Right side here. Nice. Yeah, just to our right, around Golf 9-ish. The Night Star's pulling in.
Target acquired.
There it is.
It's got to be pretty tender by now. You were working hard on his right side.
Yeah, I was pretty tender too. Yeah, I was working the right
No
side as
kidding.
well.
UAV activated. activated. Target acquired.
Yeah, he is open CT. Good finish, everyone.
Thanks, George.
Well, that Fafnir got 6 kills. And we won. Two killing blows, 6 kill assists, 2 solos, 3 KMDDs, 760. And a green arrow. But next time I will do my best to stay back towards our heavier guys, so that way we don't have lights, just take you guys out. I will try, but ADHD will probably kick in and I will find myself, 25 grid squares away from everybody. As happens in every match. So, you think we have to negotiate, sir? Alex tried to hide his disappointment. He thought McCall, at least, would want to tough it out. The Major shook his head slowly. There's ein man, and ein only on Glengarry today, who has a prayer of making a stand, young Alex, he said. And that's you. Me? But Major, I'm just a cadet, not even a full MechWarrior yet. None of them will follow me. You're also a Carlisle lad, McCall said gruffly. Remember what we were discussing a few days ago. In your old father's absence, you're the landholder resident and the owner of the Great Death Legion. And for many of these people, that counts far more than experience. You can speak to the Legion as your father's son, and to all Glengarry as representing the legitimate holder. None of the rest of us can. Alex Carlisle swallowed once, stunned. I don't know if I can do it, sir. I mean, he trailed off. If you canna do it, lad, then nine can. And the Legion, everything Grayson Carlisle's ever fought for, is finished. It winna recover fra this. Alex looked away. McCall was right. His father's whole career had been built on a reputation for invincibility, even in the face of overwhelming odds or seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The loss of Glengarry and the surrender of the very core of the Legion would be a death blow to the outfit. Grayson Carlisle might try to rebuild around the troops on Borgies with Major Khaled, but it would never be the same Grey Death. A gallant stand, even if ultimately futile, wouldn't tarnish the Grey Death's honor the way mere surrender would. He looked back into McCall's sad eyes. I'd need help, Alex said reluctantly. Yours and a lot more. I just can't believe they'll all follow me the way they would my father.
Online.
Override engaged.
Sensors online.
Appreciate it.
Online.
You'll get help aplenty, young Alex, McCall said, his mouth twitching into a smile. And they'll follow you if I had to persuade each and them with a club. Alex grinned despite himself. Well, even if it's just you and me against the whole damned armada, we'll give them hell, Major. Aye, that we will, Colonel Carlisle.
Kappa has fallen. Resource point Epsilon is ours. We've captured Gamma. Resource point Sigma is now controlled by the enemy. The enemy has resource.
All right, guys, where do you want to go?
Target spotted.
Already. I want that look of that.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
No, I don't want to stop. Of course, find out.
How did that guy sit there and only take 85 down to 85%?
Anybody else rubber banding really badly?
No, but the game has been rough as hell tonight with a lot of stuff.
I think I might be stuck in place. I might not be confused this round. Except for the earlier.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
Is it a locust?
New target acquired.
Locust decided I'm in the
No,
left.
no, there's something over there with like never-ending fucking binders. She kept hitting them.
Got two coming around left side.
Yep. Watch out, he's all AC-20 or AC-2s. Vega.
New target acquired.
Good kill.
UAV activated.
They got a Thanatos that's sitting back over there with Goss, of course.
New target acquired.
And I'm running from him because one shot from that. Over there in Echo 4, so watch out. Watch out. Yeah, watch out for your back if your back is facing that way.
Target spotted.
That's of course something annoying with me. And I'm getting that across the map, of course. We had to go back before.
Target spotted. A good start. Keep holding the resource points, warriors.
Target destroyed.
This is not good, people. Regroup and just start pushing, start killing.
Yeah, I get it. Completely get it.
Target spotted.
Not I. I'll stick around for a while longer, I think. I got another at least 50 minutes of my stream.
Target spotted.
Quickly killing.
Our foes are halfway.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
He's up on the left. Man, that catapult is just annoying.
Target destroyed.
Kappa is under control.
But the left
God, that took forever to finally click over.
Nah, he's pretty much off.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Better go ahead, people. Better go to the direction and everything. Better go everything.
What the hell language was that guy just speaking? I'm not sure it was English.
New target acquired.
Yeah, Racer X is running a Jenner with the binary.
Yeah, I think we got a bunch of European.
We have data. We have taken Sigma. We're halfway there.
The UAV.
The enemy has resource point data.
New target acquired. Right leg critical damage.
No, I mean, I took out, basically two of his, or one of his torsos, and then the other one was almost gone. But the moment they take another point, which they're going to in a sec,
An embarrassing defeat. Our foes have gathered enough resources.
but I swear to God, I literally sat there on the point after I had taken it for like 10 seconds before it would click over to us, which makes no sense. It shouldn't take that long.
It feels like there's something going on with the PTS. Not just my hits sometimes not seem to register, but the sound of missile hitting me on the off, but I registered. Yeah, I was like, okay, thanks, but that's they hit me.
Yep. Yes. Okay. The Bladeborn Saga. Let me go look really quick.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
Yeah, The Bladeborn Saga by T.C. Edge. Looks like he's got a whole bunch of books out, which means it's also probably, yeah, he's got at least, it's a 7-book series, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like they've got audiobooks for all of them. I try to stay away from reading ones that have audiobooks, especially more recent ones. Because, you know what, let those audiobook narrators get theirs. But that still might be a good series to just read, even if it's just me reading it. I'll check it out. That sounds like a wonderful idea, my friend. A wonderful idea. All right, let's see. Bladeborn Saga. I probably will be, because today is Friday. It's not Saturday like it feels like. Yeah, have a good one. All right, let's see. What is the first book actually called? The Song of the First Blade. All right, let me try looking that up. Well, it's not at my library. In the heart of Vandar, as dark forces close in, Elyon, a gifted Bladeborn, fights for his family's survival. Again, still may be worth checking out, even if it's just me reading it. All right, let's see if we can get one more chapter in tonight, guys. Chapter 26, Dunkeld, Glengarry, Sky March,
Federated Commonwealth, 7 April 3056. They're holding steady on descent profile. 12 minutes. It was a voice from the control tower of Dunkel's aerospace port, and the news made Acting Colonel Alexander Durant Carlyle smile, despite the butterfly feeling in his stomach. Sitting in the darkened cockpit of his Archer not far from the starport tower, Alex reflected that General von Bülow, whatever else he might be, was a punctilious man. He'd announced that his ships would be landing at precisely 0100 hours Terran Standard Time, a few minutes after 0930, according to Dunkel's local time. And from the tracking data coming in to the starport control tower, it sounded as if he intended the first ship to ground right on the dot. That was an important datum to add to what the Legion knew about their opponents. Von Bülow was reputed to be stolid, unimaginative, methodical, and cautious, and the events of the past 2 days certainly tended to confirm those reports. The Armada had been in orbit for more than a local 26-hour day now, but the Free Sky Force had not moved swiftly after making planetfall. Evidently, von Bülow had been slow to accept the stories coming out of the residence, a tale concocted by Alex and McCall describing a failed Legion counter-coup that had ended in the death of Governor de Vries and the elevation of a planetary guard junta to control of the capital. The junta was claiming to accept the agreement made between de Vries and the Free Sky High Command, and warned of a few renegade Legion elements operating in the hinterlands. It had all been calculated to encourage von Bülow to go ahead with a landing at the capital, where the Legion could strike a blow. But for a while, it had looked as if the general would be too careful to fall into the trap.
All systems nominal.
Override check.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Overdrive engaged. Light speed.
Overbride enraged.
I don't think this is a very good light speed drive. They're going very slow.
From past experience, I would say GNX will be coming towards the saddle.
Who?
The GNX pilots.
Okay.
That's okay. Well, I'll just stand behind Alvarez and use him as a shield.
Yeah, that's pretty typical.
Target acquired.
Oh, look, this one.
And it's GNX. So don't crest that hill. They will have a firing line set up there to hit us.
Then we bully the fire line. Who's got artillery?
Target spotted.
Yep, there's a whole bunch of racks and a bunch of people.
Target spotted.
At least one with PPCs, it looks like, coming into the tunnel.
Target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
So let's go tunnel, come back down.
Target acquired.
Spotted.
Really? What the fuck? That king crab just walked right into me.
That looked like a real blast.
New target
Then move down. Hotel.
Target spotted.
activated.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Hotel Center Torso.
Alvarez, how far away is he from you? Is he within 632 meters?
Yep.
Roger.
Target spotted.
Okay,
Watch
let's
our
go
six,
south
watch
side,
our
keep
six.
back on top.
Or
Coming
not.
in.
Up on the right hand side, coming in.
Let's go out middle and back to the left.
Yeah, don't push that. Don't push that. Don't push that. You
Keep
chop
them
from
that
behind. Light ocean.
Target destroyed.
Right, nice.
Target
Watch out.
acquired.
Echo
Cap
4,
out,
Fox
yeah,
4. There's
the
a light
light.
way out on the
past it.
outside, Roger.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Shoot that little asshole.
UAV activated.
Watch prawn on Kilo.
Lake on right. Oh, just go from lake to lake. Lake, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying
There
to
you
watch
go,
front.
92 ever. Nice.
Well, this is good.
Try to settle.
Let's group up with
Don't
they're
push.
all-
Don't push saddle. Don't push saddle. Don't
We
push
can
saddle.
push them. We can push them. But let's group up before you push.
Alright, guys.
Push the saddle. They're all focused on me over here right now in Echo 7.
Mostly in the F7.
Roger.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being
Alpha.
captured.
There's Bravo up top, guys.
Target spotted.
New target
Charlie's doing a
acquired.
runner.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Last one's right behind them.
New target acquired.
Go get him, Lights. Fuck him up.
Target destroyed.
Oh, look, they did exactly what I thought they were going to do and what they do every time on this map. So if you ever face them, you know exactly what GNX is going to do.
Well, you see how'd that work out for you.
Roger, roger.
I'm just letting you know because they do it every single time. Every time GNX does the exact same thing on this map.
Good to see you.
No, but this one in particular, I know exactly. I could have almost told you where they were going to stand because they always stand in almost the same places. I knew there was going to be somebody with hags sitting up on that little stone, which is exactly where that rifleman was, because that's where there always is one. And I will be happy to tell everybody their secrets, so that way everybody who is facing them there knows exactly what they're going to do. All right, where was I at? From orbit, though, Von Bülow's people would have seen plenty of indications to support the story they were getting from the surface. The remainder of the cadet company was stationed around Brander, openly maneuvering their mechs through Brander Pass and into the uplands of Bray-Moray, in what everyone in the Legion hoped was a credible simulation of a small guerrilla force seeking refuge in the hills. A company of Legion infantry had mounted a mock attack on the WTC itself, setting fire to some of the buildings and generally making it look as if the planetary guard forces were trying to shut down the Legion post. The same kind of activity was going on the vicinity of Loch Sheol, one of the potential landing sites Major Owens had identified as a likely free sky target. Captain Sims and his mech company had been dispatched there, northwest of Dunkeld, to create the impression of combat in the hill country around the mining center. Haladon, a similar town to the southeast, was under Captain Dumont's command. That left only the Grey Death Companions, the Legion's mech HQ company, to spring the trap at the Dunkeld starport. Alex had been reluctant to divide his forces in the face of the enemy landing, a cardinal sin in every military textbook, but McCall had maintained that it was a necessary risk. The success of the plan depended as much on surprise as firepower, and so visible signs of Grey Death activity in Loch Sheol and Haladon would make von Bülow more likely to believe an unopposed landing in Dunkeld was possible. The object, as McCall had repeated several times when they were first hammering out the operation, was to give von Bülow a bloody nose. They couldn't expect to win a decisive battle, whether they had the entire Legion or a single mech company. But if they could hit von Bülow hard enough, he might back off and give the Legion a short breathing space to organize a proper defense. Alice could only hope the old weapons master was right. For all the claims that Grayson Carlisle's heir was in control of the Legion now, it was McCall who was really calling the shots. The other senior officers had accepted the elevation of Cadet Carlisle to command with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Owens and King had been supportive, and so had Captain Vargas. The company commanders, Dumont and Sims especially, had been cooler, but at least they were cooperating. In some ways, it was a relief to have their mech companies out of the capital. At least Alex didn't feel like they were always looking over his shoulder, disagreeing with everything he did or said. That didn't mean he was convinced he wanted to face this battle with the slender assets left in Dunkeld. The Grey Death Companions were the Legion's elite, but they were short a lance, the Command Lance, which was with the Elder Carlisle on Tharkad, and the only way to make up the difference was for Alex to form an ad hoc Command Lance of his own. He'd first thought of taking veterans from some of the other companies, but again, McCall had advised that the less they disrupted the existing organization, the better it would be. Breaking up teams that were used to working together would cause chaos at a time when the Legion couldn't afford even a hint of confusion. So instead, the new command lance of the Companions was made up of mech warriors Alex himself could count on as a team. Major McCall in the massive, powerful Highlander he hadn't taken into combat for 5 years, and Dave Clay and Caitlin DeVries. Alex Carlisle's longtime lance mates from the cadet company. It wasn't exactly an outfit to inspire great confidence, as far as Alex was concerned. Especially given its commanding officer, who held his newly established rank of acting colonel for less than 2 days. Final check, people. McCall's voice sounded tense over the comm system. The 3 lances of Companions and the single platoon of tanks assigned to support the operation were scattered in 4 different shuttle hangars around the port. The reinforced ferrocrete structures were supposed to shield the waiting Legionnaires from detection by the enemy fleet, and as an added precaution, their fusion drives were powered down, leaving the mechs to operate minimal life support and command functions off the reserve batteries. Even communications were being protected by using cables to hook into Dunkeld's landline audio-video data net instead of broadcasting over open radio frequencies. But they were still running a big risk. Alex hoped that neither heat sources nor errant broadcasts would betray them, but he knew plenty of other things could still go wrong. Obviously, McCall was thinking along the same lines. The edge in his voice was something Alex Carlisle wouldn't have expected from the canny old veteran mech warrior. Loki 1, ready, Lieutenant Frida Bergstrom replied. Carlisle wondered how she could put up with the waiting in the cramped cockpit of her tiny Valkyrie. Everyone said that the blonde, blue-eyed woman from Wotan had ice water rather than blood flowing through her veins. But Alex had often heard his father comment that she resented any situation that tied her down. As commander of the Companion's recon lance, Bergstrom was usually able to range far and wide from the main line of battle, scouting, harassing, staying mobile. It must have been sheer hell for her, sitting in a darkened mech inside a hangar waiting for something to happen, rather than being able to get out and make things happen herself. Hey, I resemble that remark. Override engaged. I hate, especially in a light mech, feeling like I have to sit back and do nothing. I want to be doing things. I want to be out there scouting, finding the enemy. Oh, really? Is that what you think there, boyo? You're crazy. You're a crazy motherfucker. What were we saying about schizophrenia earlier, Vega?
Target acquired.
I don't remember.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
I'm not a hater, I just crush a lot. And the way you move your body, I don't want you to stop.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I think we have secured the top.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Well, there's none of them up here, so...
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Not that I know of, but...
New target acquired. UAV activated.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Sorry, Panther, I can't help you over there. You're all on your own.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Why is it always an assault mech that goes DC'd?
Incoming
Target
missile.
spotted.
That
Target
was like
spotted.
a question of like the really
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Whee!
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV activated. New target acquired. Right arm critical damage. Right leg critical damage. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. Center torso critical damage. Right.
Damn, somebody else got me. But yeah, there have been a lot of Pharaoh blasts. And they're all running the same freaking thing, like 2 snub noses and mag shots.
Destroyed. PPC destroyed.
It's a unit.
It's not a unit.
SJ. It's probably SJ.
They definitely run them pretty well. But it's not. I see them in most. But they're not the big ones. But they are much better. So you should know which two.
Left torso critical damage. Right torso critical damage. Center torso critical damage. Right torso.
I mean, how that thing is just standing up to the Gauss rounds and everything else, and just with an open CT, and it's just taking it
Laser destroyed.
and not doing anything.
Your efforts here have been seriously disappointing. The enemy is victorious.
Yeah, 2 of them running that. And of course, MLFB. I hate it when units are all running the same thing. It's just annoying. Stop it. Pick your own damn things. Have some, some sense to just do your own damn thing out there, huh?
Yeah, we've tried. I mean, we've done it. Not like
I just don't like it. Again, you want to go do that crap, go into faction and run it that way. In quick play, but listen, I have my say. I know, I get it. All right, let's see. Alex found himself wondering if he wouldn't have been better off sending the recon lance with one of the other companies and holding back an extra fire support unit instead. It would have gone against McCall's advice, of course, but in the upcoming battle, wouldn't firepower count more than the speed and agility of the lightweight recon mechs? Hammer 1. Another voice added a moment later. Carlyle knew it was Lieutenant Andrei Denikin, the Firelance CO, but only because of the call sign. Denikin's duties had kept him mostly out of sight until now. Hey, Taco. Forgot how much I do not regret leaving MWO. Honestly, I have had those nights in here where I seriously have wondered whether I was going to continue to play or not. Tonight has been a mixed bag. It's been okay for a lot of it, but like we're having shots not register. We're having cooling issues with people. I mean, PGI is having some issues. And we blame it all on PGI. But good to see you, my friend. How are you? Denikin's duties had kept him mostly out of sight until now, and Alex knew him mostly by reputation. He was called the Mad Russian Tinker behind his back, and often to his face, and served as a liaison between the companions and Major King's technical staff when he wasn't leading his lance into combat. Obsessed with the technical side of modern warfare, Denikin was supposed to be a top-notch tech and an absolutely brilliant gunner. But there were those who said he got on better with machines than with people. Alex couldn't be sure how the eccentric officer was likely to perform in the coming battle. Of course, he could say that about a lot of people, himself included. At least Andrei Denikin had earned his slot in the companions. "We're ready here, Major," Denikin continued, "but I'm still not happy with this cold start order." "That's the way we're doing it, laddie," McCall growled. "'Tis aye the only way." Storm 1, ready. Captain Radcliffe reported a moment later. He was in command of the tank platoon in person, although the rest of his company had left Dunkeld to join the two diversionary forces. Ethan Radcliffe hadn't made any secret of his opposition to the entire ambush plan, but he'd been firm in insisting that if any of his men were going to be committed to a suicide mission, he'd be in there right alongside them. "And Lucci just signaled me that her people are all in position too." Lieutenant Darlene Lucci commanded the 1st Platoon of Ross's Armored Infantry Company, 6 tough commandos trained in the anti-mech warfare techniques that Grayson Carlisle and Sergeant Ramage had first pioneered more than 3 decades ago, back on Trail 1 where it had all begun. "All units reporting ready, Colonel," McCall announced formally. As long as they were tapped into the landlines, they were all sharing a single channel, and the weapons master was being very careful to use Alex's adopted rank. Was McCall maintaining a polite fiction, or did he really regard his old commander's son as his proper leader? Alex had no way of being sure. He checked his cockpit chronometer. 9 minutes to go. "All lances, hold position and stand by," he ordered. "Ghost lance, report readiness." He should have given that order sooner, while the other units were checking in, but he'd forgotten. A fine CO he was turning out to be. "Ghost 3, ready and waiting," Dave Clay said. He sounded tense and excited all at once, and Alex wondered if his roommate was looking forward to the chance of fighting a real battle alongside the companions. Major King's report on the operation to free the hostages from Castle Hill had contained nothing but praise for Clay's performance, from the organization to the final execution, and Alex was glad to see his friend finally getting the recognition he deserved after so many bad breaks. Clay's Griffin was the lightest mech in the command lance, which Alex hoped wouldn't put his friend at too much of a disadvantage in the coming battle. The last thing Clay needed right now was to run into unexpected problems when he finally had the opportunity he'd been waiting for. "Ghost 4, standing by," Caitlin DeVries reported. Alex frowned at the flat monotone of her voice. She'd been withdrawn and moody ever since the battle for Castle Hill, and he still didn't know exactly why. Was it because she'd been forced to side against her father? Or had some word of Alex's doubts about her during the Castle Hill fight gotten back to her? He didn't know, but Caitlin had enough things to worry about without any of that emotional baggage. Her Centurion had developed a computer fault, and McCall had decreed a shuffling of mech assets to put her into the 75-ton Marauder that Captain Dumont usually piloted. Dumont was in another mech of the same model, the Marauder previously piloted by Major DeViller. That mech featured extra computer and communications gear for its role as a battalion command unit, and Dumont was in charge of DeViller's battalion now. Caitlin was fully checked out on the larger mech models, but this would be the first time she'd ever piloted one of the temperamental marauders, except in a simulation. Roger, Ghost 4. Alex said, "How's it feel to be the big frog for a change?" He hoped the comment would break her out of the mood she was in, but Caitlin didn't even reply. "Ghost 2, McCall's voice crackled in his ears. "Ready and waiting, Colonel." 7 minutes 30. The port tower reported dispassionately. Descent still nominal to profile. Override engaged. I am going to wipe away all hostiles. I will show no mercy. Night gear.
At 25%.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target spotted. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
R.I.P. in Reese's Pieces.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery strike.
Ah! Schnikes.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 0%.
That is always fun.
Artillery strike online. New target acquired.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
Target spotted.
leg critical damage. Right torso critical damage. Target acquired. Left torso critical damage. Artillery strike activated.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Few hostiles are remaining. Crush the cowards.
Center torso critical damage. New target acquired. Right arm destroyed.
It's a Fafnir. Heavy Gauss Fafnir right in front of me. But I had a commando that was over by me trying to run away. I literally managed to jump up, just got over a mountain as he was running away, gossed him and killed him. Listen, school, very important. Girlfriend, very important. Haven't played much of anything, but I did reinstall MWO for a little while months ago when the Fire mod had just come out. Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. They are not doing anything. He is Echo 5 low. They're not doing anything that's encouraging new players to join or really for people to come back. I wish I could say that they were, but I think our only chance of any kind of redemption in this game at this point is if somebody else buys the franchise and completely redoes it. I mean, that's really the only thing I think that's going to change and cause people to come back. And that's exactly it. It is what it is. They've been slowly letting this die for a long time. They were hoping MW5 was, I think, going to revive, that and this. And MW5 was doing okay. And then they just flubbed up so badly with MW5 clans that I think that just killed it. But no matter which way, remember, you can't kill me. Only I can kill me. All right, where was I at now? All units, Alex said. Review your battle plan one more time. If you've got any questions, this is your last shot at settling them before the bad guys start shooting back. There was silence on the comm line, and for a moment Alex was afraid something had gone wrong with his hookup. Then he realized that it only meant no one had any questions. The companions were the Legion's elite. Even if they disagreed with the plan, they weren't the sort to dispute it now. Anything you want to say, Major McCall? He asked of the darkness. Nay, Colonel, except I think you should keep in mind what happened in Innisford. Alex thought he heard a chuckle on the line. Probably Dave Clay. For a moment, he couldn't place a reference. Then he remembered, and felt his face redden under the neurohelmet. It had been a tactical problem for the cadet class a few months earlier. An opposed river crossing against suspected but unconfirmed opposition. As cadet commander, Alex had put his troops in motion. Recon mechs to scout out a good crossing point, the Cadet Fire Lance to cover them, his own unit in reserve. Everything had been unfolding with textbook precision until Cadet Measy, acting commander of the Recon Lance for that exercise, had reported in. Though he'd found a spot that looked good, Alex sensed he was unsure of himself and had begun reviewing the plan in detail to make sure Measy knew what was expected of him. Trouble was, Measy had stopped everything while listening to the review, and McCall's simulated defenders had turned around and launched a simulated surprise attack that cut the recon mechs into equally simulated ribbons. Alex swallowed once. The lesson of Innisford had been embarrassing. Don't talk the plan to death. Just do it. But for the next 7 minutes, he could neither talk nor act. Waiting in the darkness, he turned to the only other thing he could think of to fill the time. He prayed. Hey, Race JC. Yeah, you aren't alone. Player base is lower than it was when people thought the game was shutting down. Yep. Listen, I honestly, I don't know how much longer the game is going to make it. I really don't. All right, and that's the last chapter for the evening, and this will be the last match of the evening. But I don't know how much longer the game can live with player base declining, the issues that we're having in servers and everything else which just isn't inspiring confidence in people to want to come and play this game. I think we are probably seeing it in its declining time. I will be surprised, honestly, at this point, if it makes it through 2025. I could be wrong. Remember, I'm part of the streamer hunt that starts at the end of this month. Come hunt your favorite streamer here. And maybe that revives it and 1 million people come back to the game because they want to shoot me in the face. That is probably a very valid response from a lot of people. But it's going to be... I will be surprised if the game lasts unless PGI sells it and somebody else decides that they're going to put some major resources into it. PGI, prove me wrong. I'd love it if you proved me wrong. I enjoy this game, but I think we just have seen it continue to decline, even with everything that they're trying to do around tweaks and putting out new mechs and all that stuff. I just don't think it's bringing anybody back, and I don't think it's drawing new players to the game. At some point, they're just going to open it all up and just let everybody for free get every single mech that they wanted, and then a week later, they'll shut down the game. But I'll be able to say, I had it when... I know. So one of the games that I've played in the past is Myth of Empires. And they have seasons in Myth of Empires. And so as you're coming up to the end of the season, all of a sudden they just basically open up everything. All right, everything is cheap and free and you'll go to it. And then you could just basically get everything and just go to town for a little while. And then the season ends and everything resets. But this, I don't foresee there being a reset. I think this will be a when it happens, that's it. And we move on to something else. But whoever knows? Maybe we'll actually get somebody who will want to invest in it. And maybe it will become a thing. I just don't foresee it happening. Vega, on the other hand, has said that he will go ahead and purchase it soon and put in all the resources that you guys have ever wanted. He will open up 800,000 new... Yeah, hold on. Let me pull out my tens of dollars here. Yeah. I imagine you have lots and lots of points in my stream, Taco. As you should. What 3 mechs do I not want? Well, this is the last match of the evening, so... Yeah, and of course, so I only have 1 mech ever that I have sold in this game. And that was a Jaeger mech. Because I hated it so much after I bought it that I sold the thing, so I would never, consider playing it again. And I think that was a fair response to that. I mean, I don't see it very often. I don't see a lot of people playing it. Every once in a while, one will show up. But definitely not something that I would expect to see on a regular basis. But that's okay. I mean, if this game decides that it's eventually going to go away, hopefully we'll be able to find another one to go to. What is it? Engines of Destruction that we've been looking at? But it's in like pre-beta right now. So I'm hearing 3 champion Jaeger mechs is what you want. Yeah, that sounds about right, Taco. That sounds about right. He's like, I'm spending all my channel points to make you buy all these mechs. I get the feeling we're going to win this one. Yeah, I don't recognize many of the people on the other side. I mean, Big Hell Kitty, Cymecha, but let's see. We've got Hat, Longboy Blue, Flynn Hassick, Zonzoic, Crits and Giggles, Slow Feglo Wang. I think you and I might just get to just power off in the back and just let them go to town and see what happens. No, we're just going to play the GNX way and just sit all the way in the back until everybody else weakens them all, and then we'll go fight.
Sensors online. Weapons.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Override.
Claptrap V4.
Don't forget we have a
Yeah,
base.
maybe.
We also have light mechs.
I mean, I don't know about bass, but I'll take some treble.
Hello, Sil.
How are you, my friend?
All good.
Artillery strike online.
All right, I've got a Marauder in my sights. Oh, wait, we're supposed to start with the green ones are last. Never mind. First the red ones, then the blue ones, then the green ones.
AC Sniper, looks like Delta 5 or Delta 6.
Yeah, I just gossed him. He's moving away. I doubt I did much damage to him at this range, but... But that's sometimes not the point. The point is just to
Alpha, Echo 7 in the open. You guys can get some pot shots on him at least. Alpha. Not quite in the open, but yeah, he's over there. Yeah, Fox 7.
Target spotted.
I had 2 in Echo 7, at least. One assault, one medium.
Target spotted.
Another assault.
Yeah, Bravo execution at Echo 7.
Okay, there's something more there.
Artillery strike
In the dead body.
Okay, they're on stage until the 6. They're on stage until the 6.
Is Hotel 2 and Alpha 2.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery strike
Have a lot
online.
here.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
Watch your flanks. We have incoming in Fox 6 and Echo 7.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
Shooter is there.
Artillery
Target
strike
spotted.
online.
Executioner coming in, Bravo.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
One less.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Artillery strike
Target spotted.
online. Target destroyed.
that was a duelist we took out over there, so that was good.
They're really mad about me.
Target spotted.
Hotel, boys, hotel.
Hotel City, Hotel City. Nice. We have a light with that assault.
Oh, Bravo, Bravo.
Target acquired. Artillery strike online.
I go with you.
Target spot. Target spotted.
We have all the lights here.
Target spot. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
We have a heavy push in Echo 7, we need help.
New
A
target
heavy push in
acquired.
Echo 7, we need
Target
help.
destroyed.
Careful Fox.
We're beating the brakes off them, guys. They're all in fucking Echo 6.
7-1, 7-1 people, push, please push. Priority Alpha, Priority Alpha.
There's a cleared Fox 6. He's probably
Nice.
with Fox 5.
Priority Echo, Priority Echo. Nice.
Target spotted.
Golf now.
Please at Fox 5. Echo 5 now.
I legged him.
Shot. Nice leg shot, dude.
New target.
That was a good gosh shot.
That was a great shot.
Target destroyed.
Great fucking shot. Great shot of the flea, man. I saw it coming. I was like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Hey, every once in a while I have my moments of joy.
Dude, that's a moment of joy that we shared.
Wow. We kind of stomped them a little bit. As we, I think, kind of knew we were going to. Yeah, man, I straight sniped out that flea's leg as it was running from a gosh shot from a sniper position way off in the distance. All right, man, that was my last match, though. Yes, it was. All right, my friend, we'll catch you again tomorrow if you're in. All right, guys, and that is going to do it for me this evening. So, thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is the gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys gave me the gift of yours this evening, whether it was for 5 minutes or the full 4 hours. No matter which platform you happen to be on, if you were on Twitch, you were on TikTok, you were on YouTube, you were on Kick, wherever you happen to be, thanks for being here with me. Full range quirked lance taking a map with the best range fire lance. Yeah, that sounds about right. I do plan on being back again tomorrow night for another Stompy Mech night. Tonight was a Friday and a bonus night. So come check me out again tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. And if you're on Twitch, make sure you stick around for the raid. Good night, everybody.